The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you may have heard about some of these things. So in 2020, shortly after the November election, Harris County changed its leadership and moved to an EA. However, subsequent administrators appointed to change things. With that, I move passage.
Speaker.
Mr. Johnson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for a question.
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Mr. King, explain to me what your bill does again, because we're bracketing it only for Harris County. Would you explain to me why just Harris County?
Okay. Well, this bill applies to counties of 3.5 million or more.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
This bill applies to counties of a population of 3.5 million or more.
How many counties in the state are over 3.5 million?
Currently, there's only one county.
I'm sorry?
Currently, there's only one county.
There's only one county. So I ask you again, why is this bill only bracketed for Harris County?
Well, originally we looked at some larger counties, and those larger
You looked at larger counties?
So the survey was sent out by the Senate, by Senator Betancourt, by the bill author, to other large counties. For example, we had Bexar County, Collin County. Let me see. We've got
Representative Kane.
So the point is, other large counties
Harris.
did not have the same problems after doing a survey, and so the decision by the Senate author was that this would only apply to counties of 3.5 million or more.
So again, being bracketed only for Harris County, then that means that you're saying that what problems led to you wanting to author a bill that literally would regulate the voting in Harris County, blue Democratic county, to have the ability to change the election rules or where the election takes place? What are those problems that you are referring to?
Well, I mean, there were problems enough that the election administrator is no longer there, you may recall. We can go into it.
What does your bill do? Because the election...
The bill would return the running of the elections back to the county clerk and the tax assessor collector.
What?
The bill would return the elections back to pre-2020 to the county clerk and the tax assessor collector.
What led up to you doing this bill is the question.
Oh, I thought you were asking me what would happen. All right, well, we can go over some of those things. Look, as you know, following the resignation of the former election administrator, which, we had a lot of problems there. She moved from Washington, D.C. to Houston only 3 months before her second largest election, in the country. Since implementation of an EA, each election's been a disaster in Harris County. It's gotten even worse. I mean, we've had wrong-sized paper delivered to polls, right? We've had issues of closing too early and closing too late. Equipment, malfunction equipment not being delivered, just constant confusion, breaking agreements between, election judges and EAs and not having people assigned to proper polling locations that were historical, that we've always had. The polling locations had changed. There's plenty of reasons.
There's none of that has been documented. The only issue that has been brought to the attention of this body was the fact that there was some paper that did not get delivered. And what bill led up to us having to have paper ballots reproduced? Was that a bill that this body created for Harris County as well?
I don't understand. We went to paper ballot backups in Harris County.
Was there
before that?
In SB 1, did this body create a problem with voting by simply saying, oh, we're going to need to have other measures in place, and so this is an added problem. This is a problem that you guys created. When I say you guys, I'm talking specifically the body that changed the rules so that you can have now paper and now for
Harris County.
Harris
County was going to go into paper ballot backup before
SB
1 was implemented.
What?
It's called paper ballot backup. That you vote on paper. Harris County was going to that prior to SB 1.
Here, speak into that thing right there, and then you can hear me, because I can't hear you.
Harris County was already going to be doing paper ballot backup prior to SB 1.
Is it the intention of this bill to specifically attack the election process for Harris County?
No, it's to ensure that the Harris County elections get done right.
Why just Harris County?
Because they're the county that apparently has the biggest
Because
issue.
Harris County is a blue county, because it votes
It's not
Democrat.
about that at all. In fact,
Excuse me?
I believe the tax assessor collector voted against the EA this last time. And I think maybe the county's mad at her, but she saw the same issue as a Democrat who did not believe that EA was qualified. So I wouldn't say
When
it's a
we
blue on red
legislate
thing.
in this body, do we generally pick and choose who we want to legislate for, and pick and choose who we decide to, how we decide to legislate? Do we say, well, we only want to legislate for this person, but we're not going to legislate for that person? Have there been problems, quote unquote, that you're talking about in any other county in this out of the 254 counties in this state? Have there ever been any problems with long lines, paper ballots, machines breaking down? Because I know myself personally, I've stood in line for long periods of time simply because we only had so many ballot boxes open. So, but I've also seen that in other counties as well. But we didn't legislate for them. Again, is your intention to overturn elections in Harris County because they are a
You'd asked if there have been problems in
county.
other counties. Senator Betancourt, the author of this bill, did a survey of other large counties, and their responses back to him led him to conclude that there weren't issues that we similarly saw in Harris County. That's why this bill is only dealing with a population of 3.5 million or more.
So you're going to take an amendment that simply now includes all counties to make sure all elections are fair, make sure all elections are transparent, make sure that everyone, you'll accept that amendment, because what we're here to do is to legislate for everyone, not just simply to take a look at Harris County.
Yeah. As I said, Mr. Johnson, the bill's targeting counties of 3.5 million or more. After doing a study of all the other counties, there was not the same issue. So I wouldn't see that for that.
So are there other issues in other counties?
Post the
Yes.
survey, there were not they did not have these issues. No.
But you're saying the egregious acts of Harris County is what led to this bill, but yet we don't know what the other
act
egregious
of
counties
Harris County
were?
is what led it to it only being about counties of 3.5 million or more. There was another bill that would have been about large counties, but they chose not to do that one because there were not the issues in those counties.
There absolutely are not any issues with voting in Harris County, except for the fact that it is a blue county and it is your intention to overturn elections in Harris County. Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for the Senate bill. Nope, that's the wrong one. I'm sorry. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
So you have more than one point of order.
I got lots. I mean, we're only picking on Harris County, so I may as well just decide to defend myself and defend my county. So so you can hold it right there, but I'll be right back. Anybody else want to ask any questions until I get my point of order up here? Yeah, somebody come ask some questions of Mr. Kane until I get my point of order. Oh, move passage, because nobody wants to really talk
Don't fall,
about fair
Nicole.
elections.
Don't fall.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman, yield for questions. He has 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
So I just wanted to ask you about this particular bill. Right now, who is the election administrator for Harris County?
Man, that's a good question. I don't have that answer. Chair's not advised. I don't know the guy's name right now, or person.
It's a gentleman?
I'm not sure. It may be
Okay,
a
and the
male or
work
female.
that this gentleman, that is the Harris County election administrator, is performing is unacceptable, or what's going on?
It's from the past of repeat issues dealing with the EA, and so we believe, the election administrator is appointed by a large group, and when there are issues, those who appointed that person are kind of shielded from those problems. And so by returning the running of the elections back to the elected tax assessor collector, the elected county clerk, and those people can be accountable to their voters for the problems that were going on. So we're returning it back to the elected people in Harris
But
County.
the election administrator is appointed by elected officials, is that right?
That's correct. The issue, though, is when things go awry by an appointed,
Okay.
For lack of a better term, bureaucrat, those issues don't come up on the elected class.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield just for points of clarification?
The gentleman has 20 seconds.
Mr. Kane, are you aware that Cliff Tatum is the elections administrator? Is that your understanding?
Good recollection of the memory. Yes,
okay.
That's correct.
And that he did not move in 3 months before the 2020 elections?
Yeah, I was talking about the prior EA.
Okay. There was a previous election administrator prior to 2020, and he had not moved in prior to that. Is you correct?
That's correct.
The gentleman's time's expired.
Move passage.
The question occurs and passes the third reading of SB 1750. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1750 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1933. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1933 by Bettencourt relating to the randomized audits of elections in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and I hope I can be equally quick as my colleague. Senate Bill 933 seeks to allow the Secretary of State to have order administrative oversight for a county office responsible for elections or voter registration. House Committee Substitute offers a comprehensive framework, adds guardrails, yes, got to have guardrails, and provides some due process along the way, requiring investigations prior to starting administrative oversight. And I have some amendments. Nobody wants to talk, so.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Oliverson.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And this amendment just renames the bill the Allen Vera Election Accountability Act of 2023, and it is acceptable to me, and I move adoption.
Dr. Oliverson sends up amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment narrows who may file an administrative complaint. Without this amendment, we would not have to be a resident of Texas to file complaints. This amendment will permit complaints from a person who participates in the relevant election as a candidate, a county chair, or a state chair of a political party, a presiding judge, an alternate presiding judge, or the head of a specific purpose political committee that supports or opposes the measure. I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Busey sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wally.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a technical cleanup to ensure the problems and remediations are what are enumerated in the bill, and I believe this is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Wally sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Manuel.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment would require the Secretary of State to explain which recurring pattern of problems led to the recommendation for administration oversight. This explanation can easily be added to the notice required already in the bill, giving it great guardrails. I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Manuel sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This bill allows the Secretary of State to take over a county election office on a meaningless standard. Under this bill, the Secretary of State can usurp local authority and impose their own regime over county elections on mere good cause to believe standard. There's nothing in this bill that tells the public what constitutes good cause to believe. In short, this is a state takeover bill of local election authority with no guardrails. This amendment would fix that problem. Under my amendment, the standard for initiating this process would be clear and convincing evidence, which would require the state to actually meet a legal standard that exists, rather than one based on an unelected state official's belief about the situation. Move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, with all due respect to my colleague, I appreciate what she's offering, but as we've worked through this process in a bipartisan fashion, we've arrived at some carefully negotiated language, and quite frankly, I think that the standard that would be created by this amendment goes far beyond what we had contemplated and working on this bill, and so respectfully, I'm going to oppose it.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to close on the amendment.
I mean, members, this is pretty simple, changing from has good cause to believe to determines by clear and convincing evidence. I would appreciate your support, and I move adoption.
Ms. Goodwin sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye, Dr. Oliverson voting nay. Mr. Smith voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 61 ayes and 84 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Mr. Johnson, for what purpose? Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1933 under Rule 4, Section 40, Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the substitute is not germane to the original bill.
Please bring your point of order down front.
Quiet over there. The point of order is withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Turn the mic on.
Amendment by Nieve Criado.
The chair recognizes Ms. Nieve Criado.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill creates a process by which the Secretary of State can take over all the duties of a county elections office for multiple years. That process can be initiated by a single administrative complaint from any person, regardless of if the complaint is true or not. This bill requires no legal standard of proof for the complaint or for the Secretary of State's belief that a problem exists. Counties should be allowed to respond by offering proof in a court of law instead of being forced under administrative oversight via a process with no judicial input. This amendment would create a transparent process for counties to provide evidence and speak for themselves. This creates judicial review. Move adoption. In my mind.
Mr. Speaker,
Shaw.
will the gentlelady yield for a few clarifying questions?
Will the gentlelady yield? The gentlelady yields for questions.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Chairwoman, I think I heard most of what you said about your amendment, but does it address the fact that complaints can be made just by anyone without any specific level of proof that can trigger the oversight of by the SOS?
Yeah.
I want to make sure I heard you right.
What the amendment does is it creates a judicial review process, because right now there's, and under judicial review would be under our civil courts, and so it says that at any time after the implementation of administrative oversight by the Secretary of State, an officer of the county government or county election official in the relevant county can file a petition for review of the Secretary's implementation or continuation of administrative oversight. So the counties can file to request judicial review.
Okay, so it sounds like it's a safeguard against that, against a trigger of a just base or any kind of complaint with not really a standard of review, or it sounds like it's not subject to perjury.
That's
sort of
right.
like,
So you can bring a case before a court of law. You have a judge determine what the cause, what the complaint is. They will look at the evidence. They will apply all of the relevant Texas rules of evidence, all the proper procedure under our Texas laws. To determine and then weigh the evidence under those circumstances and then make the decision from there.
okay, so it sounds like you're making sure that local governments and counties have the advantage of due process.
Correct.
Okay, good. I think I like your amendment because it makes sense to have a system that makes sure that a complainant has to be bound by the rules of perjury or the judicial and legal scrutiny that would go with any kind of complaint that would trigger a sort of takeover of authority from local government. So I just wanted to make sure that that's what your bill did. That's what your amendment did.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so essentially it would prevent like frivolous or unfounded, vexatious claims, made up claims perhaps.
That's right. You'd have a court be able to hear evidence, hear witness testimony, review documentary evidence presented before the court, so that a determination could be made based on that and using proper evidentiary tools rather than, this process that's taking significant power away. We want to be able to have a judicial review of that process.
Do you know if the bill, is it addressing a one-time complaint that there was an issue with one election?
I'm not sure.
Okay, it seems like there was talk about there were some issues with all the changes the Secretary of State made that were required of election administrators during one of the last elections, and so there were issues that arose from it, and there were allegations that there were huge discrepancies. But then there were lawsuits, and through those lawsuits, it was sorted out. And whereas there was a claim there were like 200 and something deficiencies, it ended up being 20 something. I wasn't sure if you had heard of that, But I think that your amendment will ensure that you don't get that kind of out of proportion and untrue claims.
Right.
Because like in that case, the cases went to court and it was found that the mistakes or the discrepancies were minimal compared to what was actually complained of. So I
Right.
appreciate your amendment,
Thank you. And I
Chairwoman.
believe you're talking about the Harris County situation. And here, instead of hearing hearsay, they will have actual evidence produced as we present evidence before a court of law to have a judicial determination.
I think that's a good measure. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am happy to report that an amendment that we've already taken on this bill establishes that only certain persons can bring these complaints to the Secretary of State, people that would have direct knowledge of something that they saw that was irregular. So I'm going to oppose this amendment because listening to the dialogue, I think we've already addressed this with a friendly amendment, and so I'm going to oppose this and ask you to vote no.
The chair recognizes Ms. Mayave Criado to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while we didn't address the standard of proof for hearsay, and this will go through the civil court process. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? With 63 ayes and 81 nays, the amendment fails. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Senate Bill 1933 on the grounds that it violates Rule 4, Sections 32C2 and 5 of the Texas House Rules.
Bring your point of order forward.
The point of order has been withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 25, Tallarico, sponsored by Cold Course, relating to wholesale importation of prescription drugs in this state, authorizing a fee. HB 181, Johnson Jarvis, sponsored by Miles, relating to the establishment of the...
Thank you, sir. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morales of Harris to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment would standardize the amount of time that election officials have to respond to requests for information. SB 1933 typically allows election officials 30 days to respond to administrative complaints, which is already a tight deadline to investigate a complaint and turn around what could be hundreds of documents.
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
I yield.
She yields.
Thank you, Representative Morales. Could you talk a little bit? You're referencing 30 days in terms of responding to administrative complaints, but overall, why is this amendment necessary? Your amendment striking the lines that you're striking out.
So thank you for this question, Representative Ramos. 30 days can be a tight deadline for someone who's working an entire election. So during the most crucial days of their job, if they're trying to respond to a complaint, this could lead to mistakes, and we don't want that. We want them to be focused on what they're doing. So this amendment would standardize the amount of time that elections officials have to respond to administrative complaints, making the deadline 30 days across the entire bill.
It's my understanding that during some of the most heavy days in terms of business and work, especially during regular voting, the elections administrators are really focusing a lot of their efforts and initiatives to actually conduct the election. So this amendment helps alleviate some of that concern in terms of focusing, allowing the election administrators to focus on the elections and not responding to complaints.
Correct. So we need to allow them to focus on the election. We don't want them to have that added stress and pressure of trying to respond to complaints in the middle of an election. So let's give them some time and make sure that they can finish the election, there aren't any mistakes, and then they can respond to these complaints.
And it appeared the focus is to minimize the mistakes, right? And what was the general population overall for Harris County?
Over 3.5 million constituents, yes.
Well, I appreciate this amendment. I think it's exactly what we need to do in terms of ensuring these safeguards, as the author of the bill said. So thank you, Representative.
Thank you so much. I hope it's acceptable to the author.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, respectfully, I'm going to oppose this amendment on the basis that the whole section that is trying to be removed here is trying to deal with complaints that are received while an election is ongoing, but the final canvass has not yet been completed. That is the most critical time to respond to a complaint, and that has to be done in the most timely fashion. So 30 days just essentially wipes that out completely, and so respectfully, I'm opposing the amendment and ask you to vote no.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morales to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully disagree with the author of the bill. I do think that that we need to make sure there's enough time to focus on, we need to make sure that they are able to focus on the election and not have the added pressure of trying to respond to these complaints. And with that, I move adoption.
Ms. Morales of Harris sends an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable. The author of this is the record of vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Morales voting aye and Mr. Smith voting nay. Dr. Oliverson voting nay. Show Mr. Paul voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 59 ayes and 85 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Oliverson.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply brackets the bill to our large urban areas. It is acceptable to me, and I move adoption.
Dr. Oliverson sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Any member speak for, against, or on the bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of the third reading of SB 1933. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Mr. Schofield voting aye. Mr. Holland voting aye. So Mr. Smith voting aye. Mr. Bryant voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 82 ayes and 63 nays, SB 1933 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 186. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 186 by Miles, into the prohibited discharge of a patient to certain unlicensed or unpermitted group-centered facilities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. There have been concerns about hospitals who are authorized to discharge patients to certain boarding home facilities that may lack appropriate oversight. So Senate Bill 186 will allow hospitals or other health facilities to discharge or otherwise release a patient to a group home, boarding home, or a similar group center facility only if the person operating the facility held an applicable license or permit. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of the third reading of SB 186. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 186 is passed the third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Frank for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 189 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Reynolds.
Members of the motion's objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SB 189. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 189 by Miles, leading to the creation of a criminal offense concerning the failure of certain persons to report abuse, neglect, or exploitation in boarding home facilities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the bill.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Also, there are concerns have been raised that building owners who are aware of cases of abuse, neglect, and exploitation of boarding homes or facilities operated by owners leasing may not always report these cases. So Senate Bill 189 would establish that a person who would commit a Class A misdemeanor if the person, number one, owned a building that the person leased to another person who operated a boarding home facility in the building. Number two, had actual knowledge that a boarding home facility residents were being held or abused, neglected, and exploited. Move passage.
The question occurs in passage of third reading of SB 189. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 189 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 643. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 643 by Zaffirini, relating to the conduct of charitable bingo.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill that deals with bingo, and many of your churches, your veterans organization, fraternal organization, fire department, and others are used as charitable means to raise various monies. What this bill actually does is it streamlines regulations and it holds down regulatory costs by allowing charities to spend less time and money on regulations to generate more bingo net proceeds. I have an amendment I'd like for to be laid out, Mr. Speaker.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson Harris to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this allows the Lottery Commission to impose penalties on units rather than not impose on units rather than licensees. The licensees are the one who breaks the law, and they're the one that has to pay the penalties, and I move passage.
Ms. Thompson sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptably offered. Objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson Harris to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs in passage of the third reading of SB 643. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thompson Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 100 ayes and 40 nays, SB 643 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2260. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2260 by Blanco, relating to management review of certain investigations conducted by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since 2005, there have been requirements mandating adult protective services supervisors to review every repeat case that it gets referred to their caseworkers. This requirement is repetitive and no longer necessary due to software that has been used since 2014, which flags repeat cases for the supervisor. So Senate Bill 2260 proposes to remove the statutory requirement for APS supervisors to review each repeat case for its risk of recidivism because this has already been done through the software. Move passage.
The question occurs in passage of third reading of SB 2260. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 2260 is passed the third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Frank for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 187 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Rose.
Members who have the motion's objection, chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SB 187. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 187 by Miles, relating to the failure to report assault, neglect, or omission of care in certain group homes, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 187 seeks to help protect the most vulnerable citizens who reside in boarding homes by requiring the people who know of abuse to report it. The bill establishes a criminal penalty for failure to report assault, neglect, or omission of a care in unregulated boarding homes. Mr. Speaker, there are a few amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment strikes reasonable cause to believe and substitutes actual knowledge, and strikes state jail felony offense and substitutes a Class A misdemeanor for people who know that a resident of a group home is being abused, neglected, or exploited and fails to report that abuse to the Department of Family and Protective Services or law enforcement. This amendment is acceptable. I move passage.
Mr. Reynolds, send up amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author of the objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears on the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This proposed amendment requires reporting of public safety incidents that would be included with existing reporting requirements that already exist in statute. This would simply be another category of information required to be included for the purposes of HHSC. I move passage.
Mr. Reynolds, send up amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author of the objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears on the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 187. This is a record vote. The clerk reading the bill. Show Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 127 ayes and 17 nays, SB 187 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading. SB 402, the clerk will read the bill.
SB 402 by Whitmire, relating to the preference given by trial courts to hearings and trials for murder and capital murder offenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 402 amends current law to give preference to trial courts to schedule hearings and hold trials for defendants charged with murder or capital murder, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passages to third reading of SB 402. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 402 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 386. The clerk read the bill.
SB 386 by Hall, relating to the prosecution of a capital murder committed against a peace officer or fireman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 386 would provide police and firefighters who are murdered in the line of duty a common sense presumption that the offender knew the victim was a police or firefighter while wearing their uniform or distinctive badge, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 386. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 386 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 338. The clerk read the bill.
SB 338 by Hinojosa, relating to the use of hypnotically induced statements in a criminal trial.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, hypnosis has been used as a forensic tool in the state of Texas since the 1980s. This has been a tool that forensic science experts have used to achieve justice on behalf of Texans and for crime victims. Members, this bill passed the House 143-0 last session. It was vetoed by the governor, but we worked with his, not this session, last session. We've worked with his office this session to ensure that his concerns, the governor's concerns, were adequately addressed, and this bill reflects those changes to the bill. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 338. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 338 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 785. The clerk read the bill.
SB 785 by Birdwell, relating to the ownership by a landowner of the geothermal energy and associated resources below the surface of the landowner's land.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 785 seeks to clarify who owns geothermal energy and associated resources. This is the heat that in the rocks and the water and brine deep within the earth, virtually all over Texas. And so this bill clarifies who owns that resource, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 785. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 785 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 694. The clerk read the bill.
SB 694 by Hughes, relating to the liability of a religious organization or an employee or volunteer of a religious organization for security services provided to the organization.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill amends Chapter 84 to ensure that volunteers for religious organizations and churches and also employees performing security duties at religious organizations will be protected from civil liability for any act in the course and scope of the security personnel's duty. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 694. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 694 is passed to third reading. The chair recognizes Mr. Smith for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 477 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Gonzalez of Dallas.
Members who have the motions or objections, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SB 477. The clerk read the bill.
SB 477 by Zaffarini relating to accommodating voters with a disability.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 477 is a framework to ensure voters with disabilities in Texas are made aware of accommodations available to them and to improve access to the ballot box. Mr. Speaker, we have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, after talking with stakeholders, this is a perfecting amendment to clean up provisions with respect to curbside internet posting. Specifically, it's a bill to match my good friends, Representative Valerie Swanson and Representative Gonzalez's bill that we overwhelmingly passed earlier. It is acceptable.
Mr. Busey sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment, the chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs and passes the third reading of SB 477. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 477 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 987.
SB 987 by Colcourse relating to reporting requirements regarding recovery audits of payments made to vendors by state agencies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 987 streamlines reporting requirements and duties for the Comptroller's Office. I move passage.
The question occurs and passes the third reading of SB 987. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 987 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 991. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 991 by Hinojosa relating to the establishment of a crime laboratory portal by the Department of Public Safety of the State of Texas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you want the long layout or the short layouts? Okay, let's go with the short one. This is a Leach bill relating to crime laboratory portals. I think there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think to properly understand the amendment I have before you, I have to go back and explain the entirety of Mr. Leach's bill, which I think help everybody know how they fit together. Actually, this is just clarification that prosecutors, defense attorneys, the Forensic Science Commission, and DPS Crime Labs agreed upon. Just for clarification, it is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Moody sends up the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment, the chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage the third reading of SB 991. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 991 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1015. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1015 by King relating to periodic rate adjustments by electric utilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a simple change to the existing distribution cost recovery factor, DCRF, to allow utilities to file a DCRF proceeding twice a year instead of once a year. We already have that process in place for transmissions costs. This allows the same thing for distribution. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage the third reading of SB 1015. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1015 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1402. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1402 by Zaffarini related to the continuation and duties of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force and establishment of a mandatory training program for peace officers on responding to reports of child sexual abuse and adult sexual assault.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1402 is a recommendation of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force that we passed out of this chamber a couple of weeks ago. We didn't have time to catch up with the House bill, so this bill would require the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement in collaboration with SASTF to establish a training program that includes best practices. I do have an amendment that will ensure our chamber does what is necessary to support survivors of sexual assault.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is simply the final SASTF recommendation so that we can pass all of the recommendations that they've made. Move adoption.
Ms. Howard sends up the amendment. The amendment is acceptably authored. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to thank Ms. Howard for working on the subject matter and being such a leader on it. And this is an amendment that is the same amendment we put on the House bill, the same subject matter, just removes 3-word trauma-informed response. And I believe it's acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Patterson sends up the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the objection to adopt the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this concludes all of the recommendations for the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force. I thank you so much for your work on this, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1402. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Hunter voting aye. There have been 114 ayes and 31 nays. SB 1402 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2220. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2220 by Menendez, relating to the authority of certain municipalities and local government corporations to use certain tax revenue for certain qualified projects.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's wake up. I am so proud tonight to present Senate Bill 2220. All it does is create a project finance zone for the city of San Antonio. Also, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gervin Hawkins.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain the amendment.
The amendment is simple. It's just a clarifying amendment to make sure that the project definition is clearly defined. This bipartisan bill is just one of those awesome things to wake y'all up tonight. I move passage.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins sends the amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to close on the bill. Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose? No purpose?
I close. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to...
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
I had a blocker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a point of order to SB 220 under Rule 8, Section 10B on the grounds that this is a local bill and the bill fails to include notice of intention to apply for passage and no evidence of publication is attached to the bill as required by the rule.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading, SB 2220. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Mr. Durazio voting aye. Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 99 ayes and 46 nays, SB 2220 is passed the third reading. Mr. Johnson, for what purpose? The chair lays out on second reading SB 1252. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1252 by Betancourt relating to the text of ballot propositions that increase taxes.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Johnson, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of SB 18 under Rule 11, Section 2 of House Rules that committee substitute on the different subject that the original bill and is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Button for a motion. The chair recognizes Ms. Button for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1252 until June the 1st, 2023.
Members of the motions objecting, chair has unsorted. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2474. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2474 by Hinojosa relating to civil and administrative penalties assessed for violations of statutes or rules governing chemical dependency treatment facilities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 2474 seeks to amend the sections of the Health and Safety Code to modify civil and administrative penalties for chemical dependency treatment facilities. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 2474. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 2474 passed third reading. Chair lays out on second reading SB 2315. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2315 by Hughes, relating to the creation of a task force to develop a plan for the consolidation of the functions of workforce development programs administered by the Texas Workforce Commission and social services programs administered by the Health and Human Services Commission.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 2315 creates a task force to develop a consolidation plan for applicable state and local agencies to be ready when federal law allows greater consolidation of workforce and safety net programs in Texas. I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, there is an amendment.
Amendment by Button.
The chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply aligns the duties of the task force with the change we provided to the Tri-Agency Workforce Initiative last session, and this amendment is acceptable to the author.
Ms. Button sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Chairwoman Button for that good quality amendment. It is acceptable to the author, and with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 2315. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 2315 is passed to third reading.
Travis.
The chair lays out on second reading SB 2325. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2325 by Zaffarini, relating to the eligibility of certain events for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Flores to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is just making sure that good events stay in Texas. I have an amendment that's acceptable to the author.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Flores.
The chair recognizes Ms. Flores to explain the amendment.
This amendment simply aligns the language in SB 2325 with a House bill that we already passed here in the House, and it's in the Senate, and it's acceptable to the author, so I move adoption.
Ms. Flores says an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Flores to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you, and please vote aye on this bill. Thank you very much. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 2325. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Flores voting aye. Mr. Busey voting aye. Mr. Hayes voting nay. Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 56 nays, HB 2325 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 924. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 924 by Springer, relating to authorizing certain election precincts to consolidate.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hayes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill allows, on Election Day, the combination of two voting precincts to be at a single location. For instance, in Denton County, we have a retirement community, Frisco Lakes. It's grown large enough to be two voting precincts, but they only have one clubhouse. Move passage.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Before I move passage, there's an amendment.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Representative Hayes.
Yes, Representative.
Could you tell us what your bill really does?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Not at this time, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hayes, aren't you aware that we owe our colleagues dialogue from the front mic and the back mic, just so we all can understand what's really going on?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll yield to the question.
The gentleman yields for a question.
Oh, thank you, Representative Hayes. Thank you so much. And so your bill does what?
On Election Day, two voting precincts can be combined into a single, so there's a single voting location.
And who brought you this bill?
We have two retirement communities in Denton County. One is called Frisco Lakes, and the other is Robeson Ranch.
Thank you, Mr. Representative Hayes. We respect one another so much.
I think there's an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment. Mr. Busey, you're not the clerk.
Amendment by Busey.
Chair recognizes Representative Busey to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment exempts counties which use countywide polling from the provision with respect to combining precincts. I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Representative Busey sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Hayes.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading, Senate Bill 924. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 924 is passed to third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2012. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 2012 by Schwertner relating to electricity services increasing the administrative penalty.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunter for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 2012 until 1 p.m. Tuesday, May 23rd.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2011. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 2011 by Schwertner relating to the authority of the Public Utility Commission of Texas to impose administrative penalties and enter into voluntary mitigation plans increasing the administrative penalty.
Chair recognizes Representative Slauson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Representative Davis, for what purpose?
I'd like to raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 2011 in that under Rule 4, Section 32C, on the grounds that the bill analysis is substantially materially misleading.
Bring your point of order down front, Ms. Davis. The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Representative Slauson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. SB 2011 updates the Voluntary Mitigation Plan, or VMP, requirements to protect against market power violations while providing fair protection for the companies that enter into VMPs. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Slauson.
Chair recognizes Representative Slauson to explain the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment just changes a may to a must, and I move adoption.
Representative Slauson sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Slauson.
Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage at third. Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask the gentlelady questions, please.
Will you yield for questions?
Sure will. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that went a little bit quickly. Representative Slauson, you and I had talked about this bill previously. In changing may to must, tell me what that, in your amendment, tell me what that does to the underlying bill and voluntary mitigation plans.
Yes, in the underlying bill, it provided that the voluntary mitigation plan may be considered in determining whether a violation occurred, and this changed it to must be considered.
Okay, so it is no longer optional that a VMP be considered. You have the PUC. The PUC is still required to consider, and the IMM, I guess. The PUC and the IMM are both required to consider the voluntary mitigation plan when looking at market manipulation. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it applies to both?
I'm
sorry. It applies to
the
both
PUC.
the PUC and the IMM, or just to the PUC?
This directly addresses the PUC.
Okay. So can the market monitor take a look at, do they have that power currently?
That I don't recall, Mr. Anchia.
Okay. And so, because the market monitor currently evaluates the marketplace for market manipulation, and they are also one of the parties to the voluntary mitigation plans. But your amendment only applies to the PUC, is that right?
Yes, this relates to the authority of the Public Utility Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage at third reading. Senate Bill 2011. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Hunter voting aye. Have all voted? There being 76 ayes and 61 nays, Senate Bill 2011 is passed at third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2013. Clerk will read the bill.
2013 by Schwertner relating to access to and the security of certain critical infrastructure.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill basically puts cyber security protections and security protections in the grid. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage at third reading Senate Bill 2013. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 2013 is passed at third reading. Chair recognizes Representative Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for SB 1287 to designate the following members as joint sponsors. Vasu.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1287. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1287 by King relating to the cost of interconnecting certain electric generation and energy storage facilities with the ERCOT transmission system.
Chair recognizes Representative Slauson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order under Rule 4, Section 32C1 against further consideration of this bill.
Bring your point order down front.
That the bill analysis incorrectly states the facts.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Representative Slauson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1287 until June 1st, 2023.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1699. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1699 by Colcourse, Johnson. SB 1699 by Johnson, relating to the participation of aggregated distributed energy resources in the ERCOT market.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This particular bill allows distributed energy resources, which is part of a task force, to be provided in the ERCOT market so that they can monitor in the grid. We have one amendment on energy efficiency that the senator who sponsored this is in agreement. It's fine with me.
Following amendment, clerk. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that we passed in State Affairs, and it's an energy efficiency amendment. It is acceptable to the author.
Representative Turner sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Turner. Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
Sorry. Question occurs on passes to third reading Senate Bill 1699. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 1699 is passed at third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1094. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 1094 by Schwertner, relating to the recovery of purchased power costs by electric utilities.
Chair recognizes Representative Price to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1094 provides a framework within which a non-ERCOT utility can seek pre-approval for a purchase power agreement. It also includes a 10-year sunset date, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage at third reading Senate Bill 1094. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 1094 is passed at third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 947. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 947 by King, relating to creating a criminal offense for damaging certain critical infrastructure facilities and providing for the prosecution of that conduct as manslaughter in certain circumstances, increasing a criminal penalty.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this provides protection for those that commit crimes, believe it or not, of cutting down wires to get copper. And this provides security in the law. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage at third reading Senate Bill 947. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 947 is passed at third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 25. Clerk, read the bill.
SB 25 by Colcourse, relating to support for nursing-related post-secondary education, including scholarships to nursing students, lien repayment assistance to nurses and nursing faculty, and grants to nursing education programs.
Chair recognizes Representative Click to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 25 is part of a comprehensive package to dramatically increase funding to nursing education and training programs. Mr. Speaker, I do have an
Howard,
amendment.
for what purpose?
Would the lady yield?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Can we wait till we lay out an amendment?
Please, go ahead.
Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Click.
Chair recognizes Representative Click to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment just corrects an unintentional removal of private and independent universities by floor amendment in the Senate. It is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Representative Click sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Click. Representative Howard, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield?
Will the lady yield?
Yes, I
She
will
yields.
for questions.
Thank you, Chair Click. Just for legislative intent, Senate Bill 25 creates a scholarship and student loan repayment assistance program for nurses, correct?
Correct.
And certain healthcare settings like nursing homes are experiencing greater nurse shortages than others. Will the loan repayment assistance program prioritize applicants working in these types of settings?
Yes, Representative Howard, that is the intent. The Higher Education Coordinating Board should prioritize whether a person is practicing in a geographical area a practice setting, or an area of practice with an acute nursing shortage, or is likely to practice in such an area described in Section 61.655.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Howard.
Yes, I'd like to move that the remarks between myself and Chair Click be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading, Senate Bill 25. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 25 is passed at third reading. Chair lays out on second reading, Senate Bill 26. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 26 by Colcourse relating to local mental health authority and local behavioral health authority audits and mental health and behavioral health reporting services and programs.
Chair recognizes Representative Chaton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 26 clarifies the process for patients that are discharged from state hospitals and transitioning back into the community, and addresses children and adolescent mental health issues through the creation of innovation grants. Senate Bill 26 also directs HHSC to consider exploring funding options for nursing homes that could provide a long-term placement for some individuals with high behavioral health acuity. I believe there's an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Price.
Chair recognizes Representative Price to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that allows the LMHA to seek a waiver and to add 2 professions under the under the program that we created in 2019. It gives some flexibility to those areas where they've been unable to employ the non-physician mental health provider. It is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Representative Price sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Chaton.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage at third reading, Senate Bill 26. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 26 is passed at third reading. Chair lays out on second reading, Senate Bill 1057. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1057 by Whitmire relating to the authority of certain municipalities and local government corporations to use certain tax revenue for certain qualified projects and project-associated infrastructure.
Chair recognizes Representative Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1057 allows municipalities with a population of at least 2 million to use municipal hotel occupancy tax revenue to fund qualified convention center facilities. And I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harless.
Chair recognizes Representative Harless to explain the amendment.
This just strikes duplicate language, and I move adoption.
Representative Harless sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Harless.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage at third reading, Senate Bill 1057. It's a record vote. Clerk will read the bill. So Representative Allison voting aye. Representative have all voted. There being 111 ayes and 28 nays, Senate Bill 1057 is passed at third reading. Chair lays out on second reading, Senate Bill 627. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 627 by Menendez relating to the entitlement of certain tax revenue related to a hotel and convention center project.
Chair recognizes Representative Allison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This relates to a qualified hotel project program. Move passage.
Question occurs to pass the third reading, Senate Bill 627. It's a record vote. Clerk will read the bill. So Representative Allison voting aye. Have all voted. So Representative Theory voting aye. There being 104 ayes and 35 nays, Senate Bill 627 is passed at third reading. Chair lays out on second reading, Senate Bill 1717. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1717 by Zaffarini relating to the prosecution of the offense of stalking.
Chair recognizes Representative Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's some gaps in our stalking statute that this bill addresses, but I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Chair recognizes Representative Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Canales wrote such an amazing amendment when this bill was last before the body that I just took it for my own and put my name on it, and so it is now acceptable to me, and I move adoption.
Representative Moody sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Moody.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of third reading, Senate Bill 1717. It's a record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all voted? Between 140 ayes and 0 nays, Senate Bill 1717 is passed at third reading. Chair lays out on second reading, Senate Bill 1117. Clerk read the bill. Mr. Guerin, clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Guerin, the clerk's going to read the bill.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. SB 1117 by Hancock relating to entities that provide video services.
Chair recognizes Representative Guerin to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Bryant, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration
Come on with it.
of Senate Bill 1117 under Article 3, Section 35 of the Texas Constitution, and under Rule 8, Section 1A of the House Rules on the grounds that the bill's caption is inadequate.
Mr. Guerin says, come on with it, Mr. Bryant. Point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Representative Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1117 till June 1.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Representative Morales, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I meant to do this earlier, but I wanted to move that the remarks on SB 18 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1661. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1661 by Hughes relating to the systems used in a central counting station.
Chair recognizes Representative Smith to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 1661 seeks to clarify the changes made from SB 1 by stating the authority operating a central counting station prohibiting use of purchase during e-ballot scanner. And I move passage.
Question occurs past the third reading, Senate Bill 1661. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 1661 is passed the third reading. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 21. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 21 by Huffman relating to conduct of and complaints against current and former judges.
Chair recognizes Representative Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to move to postpone this bill until noon tomorrow.
Representative Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will. Can you give me just give me a second? I want to explain why I'm going to postpone this.
Sure.
Members, there seems to be an unfortunate and I think unprecedented and unnecessary attack on our judiciary on the other side of this building. Last night, on the Omnibus Courts bill, an amendment was added to that bill that would have required our judges to do something that our judges have never been required to do in the history of the state. Many of you have heard from your judges today and have come and talked to me and expressed concern about that. And I've heard you and I've heard judges from across the state. In addition to that, the pay raise bill that our judges have worked so hard for, that we've worked so hard for, that would have taken our judges from being paid 41st in the nation to 10th in the nation, a well-deserved and much-needed pay raise for our judiciary, was completely gutted by the Senate. And so, members, I'm going to move to postpone this bill, but before I do, I'm happy to take questions.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Leach, had the opportunity to serve on JCJ with you last couple of sessions. During that time, would you agree with me that we've had the opportunity to hear from a number of judges across the state?
Yes, we have.
Of both parties?
Both parties, from all across the state.
Judges that take their work very seriously and are very diligent in what they do on a day-to-day basis.
Correct, yes.
Do you agree with me that before we implement some new standards that don't exist, that we need to give due consideration to the vast majority of judges who do the right thing every day, hour by hour, in their courtrooms across the state of Texas?
That's well said, Chairman Moody. There are the vast majority of judges, I would say all but maybe just a handful, are working hard, are doing an amazing job, and this is judges all across the state at all levels of the judiciary from both sides of the political aisle who are working hard to making sure our courts are open, that they're accessible, that justice is achieved, especially coming out of the pandemic when so many of our judges were working hard and had to go above and beyond to keep their courts open and accessible to Texans. While other branches of government were shut down, our judiciary never did shut down. As I mentioned, our judges are ranked near the bottom in terms of their pay. They deserve a pay raise. We need a pay raise to retain and to recruit new judges. This chamber has worked very hard on a judicial pay bill, and I would ask our colleagues on the other side of the building to strongly consider. We still have time to work through this and to work out the details in some of these bills, and we should not hold the entire judiciary hostage for what a couple judges, maybe a handful of judges in one county in this state have done or failed to do. Judges across the state need and deserve a pay raise, and I would ask our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, or the side of this building, to work with us overnight, in the morning, in advance of the deadline tomorrow to do so.
Well, Mr. Leach, I certainly agree with you, and I think you would agree with me that maybe not everybody gets the opportunity to sit and visit with members of the judiciary throughout session. That's something that we get to do quite a bit of. To your point, we saw the creativity to try and deal with a very unprecedented situation, and I think that before we make wholesale changes on the way we do these, the way we take up measures like the one before us now, that we ensure that we're taking care of the vast majority of judges who do the right thing day in and day out. Wouldn't you agree with me?
Yes, I would. And members, for those of you who've worked very hard to get new courts in your district, if you've got a new court in the omnibus bill, I would say that right now that entire bill and your new courts in your districts are at risk. And so we've got a small, limited amount of time, a window of time here to get it right, and I know we're going to work together to do so.
Well, Mr. Leach, I certainly appreciate your willingness to look at things a little bit closer. I hope that other people look at things closer too, because the testimony I've heard and the judges that I've interacted with in my time on JCJ those are folks that are honorable, that work diligently, and I think deserve our respect.
I agree. Well said. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 21 until noon tomorrow, Tuesday, May 23rd.
Members of the motion objecting, chair has on order. The chair lays out on second reading SB 379. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 379 by Huffman, relating to sales and use tax exemptions for wound care dressings and certain feminine hygiene products.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. They say that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. This bill is identical to House Bill 300, which we sent to the Senate in March and is now before you as Senate Bill 379. Today is a very serendipitous day to pass this bill, as it is the start of Period Poverty Awareness Week. This week is meant to raise awareness of the prevalence of period poverty in our country and highlight ways that we can address this serious issue. Senate Bill 379 is one step in that direction. This bill would provide meaningful tax relief for Texas families when purchasing everyday essential items such as diapers and feminine hygiene products, and provides an opportunity to help Texas families at every stage of life. With the passage of this bill, the Texas House can proudly say that we are so supportive of Texas families that we have passed meaningful sales tax relief for them twice this session. And I thank my good friend and colleague here, Representative Button, for being a part of this over the many years that we've been pushing for this. With that, members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 379. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 379 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 471. The clerk read the bill.
SB 471 by Springer, relating to the imposition of a fee by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality for the investigation of certain complaints.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill limiting vexatious complaints for TCEQ, and a move passage.
The question occurs to pass the third reading of SB 471. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 471 is passed the third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 401. The clerk read the bill.
SB 401 by Colcourse, relating to prices charged by a medical staffing services agency during a declared state of disaster, providing a civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 401 aims to address price gouging by medical staffing agencies that occurred during the pandemic by prohibiting them from charging exorbitant rates during a public health disaster. I move passage.
The question occurs passage of third reading of SB 401. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 401 is passed at third reading. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1173. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1173 by Huffman relating to the appointment of a special presiding judge for certain Harris County courts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill lays out the procedure for some of the administration of the criminal courts, and I have an amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
I rise to call point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 1173 on the grounds that it violates Rule 4, Section 32C2.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, although a lot of folks in Harris County worked hard to get this bill in a position that everybody would like, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1173 until Mr. Wu's birthday, March 23, 2024.
Members of the motion is objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1269. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1269 by Hughes, relating to admissibility of certain evidence in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship filed by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Pursuit to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 1269 under Rule 8, Section 1A1.
Please bring your report of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Pursuit for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They got us in the first half. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1269 until April 21st, 2024.
Members of the motion's objection, chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out SB 1412. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1412 by Hughes, relating to the regulation of accessory dwelling units by political subdivisions.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill aims at protecting and expanding private property rights, free market solutions, increasing available workspace, housing options.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 1412 under Rule 8, Section 1A, on the grounds that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Hall.
Move passage.
The question occurs and passes to third reading of SB 1412. The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to speak in opposition to the bill.
Well, members of the House and Mr. Speaker, this bill that wasn't explained by the author deserves a serious explanation, and it deserves your opposition. This is a bill that would prohibit every town and every city in the state from regulating accessory dwelling units, that is to say, back houses and other types of dwellings that are accessory to a main home on a residential lot. It is a matter of great complexity in every city. Every city is different. It deserves to be left to the cities. I want you to stop and think just a moment what could happen. Anybody, no matter whether they're in River Oaks in Houston or Highland Park in the Dallas area, or whether they're in a middle-class neighborhood where folks have gotten together all of their money to buy the home of their dreams and find that somebody's operating essentially a one-room hotel right next door that cannot be prevented by city ordinance. That's what this bill says. Think about this. One institutional entity leases every one of these accessory dwelling units in and around an important part of downtown San Antonio or downtown Dallas or downtown Houston where there's a lot of entertainment activity, and then turns around and subleases them on a short-term basis to people who come in and out of town to watch a basketball game, to watch a rodeo, or to watch whatever event is important in your city. And now all the people who've put all of their life savings and made their major investment, the biggest investment they'll ever make in their home, can no longer enjoy it peaceably, but instead have to live next door to a commercial operation, and there's nothing the city can do about it if this bill passes. Not only that, if this bill passes and the city makes a mistake in trying to somehow regulate this, that operator of that accessory dwelling unit can file a lawsuit against the city and collect damages, not just injunctive relief, but damages. This is a matter for local zoning ordinances. This is a matter for measures that are unique to the needs of the local city and the local town. Fredericksburg has a different situation than Galveston. Houston has a different situation than New Braunfels. All of these cities have a different situation. All of them need to be able to regulate this according to their own needs and their unique situation and their unique traditions. We should not be coming along here and passing a law that's going to make a commercial, uncontrollable, really unforeseeable mess out of every neighborhood in the state. I strongly urge you to vote no against this bill.
The chair recognizes Mr. Sherman to speak in opposition to the bill.
Members, I very seldom speak in opposition of any bill that a representative has brought before this body. I choose to take that time to talk to them directly. This is a bill that came before a committee I serve on. This is a very dangerous bill. We're opening Pandora's box. When you look at many of the communities that we live in, if your home was built in the 60s or 70s, the water line and sewer line requirements were different. You may have an 8-inch water line that feeds into 20 to 30 homes in the 60s and the 70s. But now today, now in many cities, one 8-inch water line may go to one single-family unit. This is dangerous. And beyond that, when you add rooftops into a small density area, you're creating huge problems with water drainage. This is a big problem. I know we want to make more money, but it's not this way. This is the largest investment that our Texans make, is buying their home. And what we're doing is encroaching upon their dream, their American dream, that they could have a home and not have to worry about what we do upstream to create havoc with their homes. So I hope and pray that you'll think about local control and how many folks, from firefighters to police, have to be a part of planning these developments. This is not the way to do it in a haphazard way to create more housing. Thank you very much for your attention in hearing my concerns.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
So if this bill passes, they'll be able to build a home next to Phil Cortez's chicken coops, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, terrible bill.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'll explain the bill now since I didn't get a chance to and I was interrupted in my layout. Members, this bill aims at protecting and expanding your private property rights, free market solutions, and increasing available workforce housing options for those same first responders and police and fire that were just aforementioned, along with teachers, your staff members, nurses, caretakers, and other beloved family members. These units are also known as guest quarters, mother-in-law suites. We've worked with a variety of stakeholders to ensure that we're able to strike the right balance of defending property rights and local control. To be clear, homeowners associations, historical districts, and deed restrictions supersede this law. All provisions included in this bill plainly state if your HOA or your deed restrictions prohibit you from building an ADU, that policy prevails. This bill does not supersede any short-term rental policies of cities that don't preclude. In fact, encourages cities to develop their own ADU standards, which many of you do. I'll read that Houston permits it. Austin has a code. San Antonio, Fort Worth, El Paso, Arlington, Corpus Christi, Plano, Lubbock, Laredo, Garland, Frisco, McKinney. Many of you probably have them in your neighborhoods. This bill is a private property rights bill. It's a free market solutions bill. It aims to combat housing affordability issues and issues to benefit employees and individuals and businesses alike so that you can live close to where you work. So I think there's a lot of confusion about maybe filed versions of the bill versus the progression of the bill to get to this point today. I'd be happy to talk with you at my desk over the evening and tomorrow, but this is not what this bill says. This bill is not what the folks that spoke against it says. It's a private property rights bill. Mm-hmm. You deserve to do what you want with your property. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1412. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Bryant voting nay, Mr. King voting aye, Mr. Holland voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 68 ayes and 70 nays. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. A verification has been requested. A verification has been granted. The clerk will proceed with calling the members of those voting nay.
Allen,
Members, take your seats, please.
Allen, Allison, Ashby,
Yes.
Bales, Bernal, Bowers,
Is Ms. Bowers on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Bryant, Bumgarner, Canales, Capriglione, Clardy, Collier, Cook, Cortez,
Is Mr. Cortez on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Craddock, Darby, Davis,
Is Ms. Davis on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Dean, DeRazio, Flores, Frank, Garcia, Guerin, Gervin Hawkins, Gonzalez of Dallas, Gonzalez of El Paso, Goodwin, Harless, Hinojosa, Howard, Jay Johnson of Harris, Johnson of Dallas,
Sorry, I thought you heard me.
Jones of Harris, Jones of Dallas, Cassell, King of Uvalde,
Yes.
Lalani, Leo Wilson, Lopez of Bear, Manuel, Martinez, Martinez Fisher, Meyer, Morales of Harris, Morales of Maverick,
Yes.
Morales Shaw,
No. Or wait. I don't think I see her.
Morales Shaw,
Is Ms. Morales Shaw on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Morrison, Munoz, Niave Criado,
Yes.
Noble, Ordaz, Perez,
Again?
Perez,
Is Ms. Perez on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Price, Ramos,
Yes.
Rainey, Raymond, Reynolds, Romero,
Yes.
Rose,
Yes.
Rosenthal, Schofield, Shaheen, Sherman, Shine,
Is Mr. Shine on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Smithy, Theory, Thompson of Harris, Vo, Wally,
Oh, right there.
Wu,
The clerk will proceed by calling the names of the members voting aye.
Anderson, Bella Montgomery,
Yes.
Belf Kaufman, Bonin,
Yes.
Buckley,
Yes.
Busey,
Yes.
Burns,
Um,
Burrows, Button,
Yes.
Kane,
Kane again? Kane again?
Kane,
Oh, there he is.
Cole, Cunningham, Dealula, Dutton,
Is Mr. Dutton on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Frazier, Gomez, Gates, Gerties, Goldman, Guerra, Guillen, Harris of Williamson, Harris of Anderson, Harrison, Hayes, Hefner, Holland, Hull, Isaac, Jaton, King of Hemphill, Kitzman, Click, Kemple, Lambert,
Is Mr. Lambert on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Landgraf, Leach, Longoria, Lopez of Cameron, Lozano, Lujan, Metcalf, Meza, Moody, Murr, Alverson, Orr, Patterson, Paul, Schaefer, Schatzline, Slauson, Smith, Spiller, Stuckey, Swanson, Tallarico, Tepper, Timish, Thompson of Brazoria, Tinderholt, Toth, Troxclair,
Is Ms. Troxclair on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike her name.
Turner, Van Dever, Vasut, Wilson, Zwiener.
Is Ms. Bowers on the floor of the House? Strike her name. Is Mr. Cortez on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Is Ms. Davis on the floor of the House? Verify Ms. Davis. Is Ms. Morales-Shaw on the floor of the House? Strike her name. Is Ms. Perez on the floor of the House? Strike her name. Is Mr. Shine on the floor of the House? Verify Mr. Shine. Is Mr. Dutton on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Mr. Lambert on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Is Ms. Troxclair on the floor of the House? Strike her name. Members, we're in the process of taking a vote, so it's going to be a moment. And please take your seats. We're still in the middle of the verification vote. The following members have informed the chair that their machine malfunctioned and they intended on voting aye. Please show them voting aye. Mr. Rogers, Mr. Hunter, Ms. Hernandez. The following members have informed the chair that their machines malfunction. Please show them voting nay. Ms. Johnson of Harris, Ms. Plisa, Mr. Anchia, Ms. Ortega. The following members have informed the chair that their machines malfunctions. The machines show them voting aye. Please show them voting nay. Ms. Button, Mr. Leach, Mr. Dayala. The following members have informed the chair that their machines malfunctioned. The machines show them voting nay. Please show them voting aye. Mr. Clardy, Mr. Wally, Mr. Bernal. There being 60. There being 68 ayes and 70 nays, SB 1412 fails to pass the third reading. Please excuse Ms. Perez because of an illness on the motion of Mr. Martinez. The objection, chair hears in order. Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to instruct the will of the House that we have a mechanic here to fix the broken machines.
Please.
I got here as fast as I could.
Thank you, sir. We have some work to do today. Appreciate it. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1668. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1668 by Hughes, relating to property owners associations, including condominium owners associations.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've got some lighter fare for you here in this bill. Last session, we passed Senate Bill 1588, a bill that aimed to bring more balance between the rights of property owners and property owner associations. And this bill builds on the work that we did last session with respect to HOAs and to homeowners. Specifically, this bill, Senate Bill 1668, will extend the protections we passed in SB 1588 to condominium owners and to their associations, but also addresses some concerns that homeowner association stakeholders have raised, and we make some allowances to give them some more flexibility in terms of filling their architectural review boards because they've had some challenges filling some of those slots. It also provides some limited ability for HOAs to regulate front yard fencing. And so this bill, members, represents extensive stakeholder collaboration, and I think it's going to be a great product for HOAs and the homeowners who live in HOAs alike. I want to thank the various HOA stakeholders who work with us on this, as well as the Texas Association of Realtors, and also want to thank Dr. Greg Bonin for his help on this bill as well. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1668. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1668 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1861. The clerk read the bill.
SB 1861 by Betancourt, relating to the provision of virtual education in public schools and to certain waivers and modifications by the Commissioner of Education to the method of calculating average daily attendance in an emergency or crisis for purposes of preserving school district funding entitlements under the Foundation School Program during that emergency or crisis, authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1861 until 1 p.m. Tuesday, May 23rd.
Members of the motion objecting, chair has unsorted. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2037. The clerk read the bill.
SB 2037 by Betancourt, relating to the regulation of platting and subdivisions of land by municipality or county.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill. Mr. Bryan, for what purpose? You want to bring your point of order down front?
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 2037 on the basis of its failure to meet the requirements of Rule 4, Section 32C1, a misleading bill analysis.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 2037 to November 13th of 2023.
Members of the motion objecting, chair has none, so ordered. The chair lays out H.R. 1343. The clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1343 by Canales, urging Congress to pass H.R. 412, designating the U.S. Post Office at 620 East Pecan Boulevard in McAllen as the agent Raul H. Gonzalez Jr. Memorial Post Office.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, for allowing me to lay out House Resolution 1343. On December 7th, Border Patrol agent Raul Hernandez Humberto Gonzalez passed away from injuries sustained in an accident while assigned to the Rio Grande Valley sector. He was from Edinburgh, Texas, in the heart of my district. He was dedicated to helping others, and 1343 urges President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, the U.S. Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, and to pass H.R. 412, naming the U.S. Post Office in McAllen after fallen Border Patrol agent Raul H. Gonzalez, Jr. Move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution H.R. 1343. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 139 ayes and 0 nays. H.R. 1343 is adopted. Items eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SCR 26. The clerk read the bill. Resolution.
SCR 26 by Hughes, urging Congress to amend federal law to allow states to provide for the consolidation of federally funded workforce development services with federally funded social safety services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Clardy to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, Senate Concurrent Resolution 26 urges Congress to amend federal law to allow states to consolidate workforce development services with social safety net services. I move passage. Thank you.
The question occurs on the adoption of SCR 26. This is a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Clardy voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 98 ayes and 38 nays, SCR 26 is past the third reading. Pardon me, members, SCR 26 is adopted. Members, can't leave just yet. We are going on to items eligible. We will be taking up bills that need to go to conference. The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 2559 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out House Bill 2599 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain these Senate amendments.
Yeah, they did some stuff. We got to go to conference.
All right, do I make a motion now? Mr. Vasut moves that the House refuse to concur in Senate amendments to HB 2559 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is granted. The following conferees, the clerk read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 2559. Vasut, Chair. Garin, Harris of Anderson, Metcalf, Wally.
The next item is at the top of page 2. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House Bill 2454 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 2454 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain these Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Senate removed an amendment from the House, and so I refuse to concur and move that the House refuse to concur in Senate amendments and request the appointment of a conference committee.
Mr. Guillen moves that the House refuse to concur in Senate amendments to HB 2454 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Is the objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 2454. Guillen, Chair. Harless, Holland, Lozano, Plisa.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Mr. Speaker, members, I call up House Bill 2026 with Senate amendments.
The chair lays out HB 2026 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker, members, the Senate removed some language but left in a provision that might actually hinder Texans' ability to come back home and participate in the program. Therefore, I refuse to concur in Senate amendments and request the appointment of a conference committee on House Bill 2026.
Mr. Darby moves that the House refuse to concur in Senate amendments to HB 2026 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The following conferees, the clerk read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 2026. Darby, Chair. Gonzalez of El Paso, Kemple, Rogers, Stuckey.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to that the House that we pull up House Bill 17. Excuse me.
The chair lays out HB 17 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. Cook to explain these Senate amendments.
All right, on House Bill 17, the Senate went rogue, and we must rein them in, and I move to refuse to concur with the Senate amendments and request the appointment of a conference committee.
Mr. Cook moves that the House refuse to concur in Senate amendments to HB 17 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is the objection, Chair hears none, so ordered. The following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 17. Cook, Chair. Darby, Moody, Morales of Harris, Murr.
The Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up House JR 3 with Senate amendments.
The Chair lays out HJR 3 with Senate amendments and recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate made some positive changes to this legislation, but they also removed the inflationary index for the ongoing contribution to the endowment. So I move not to concur and request the appointment of a conference committee.
Dr. Bonin moves the House refuse to concur in Senate amendments to HJR 3 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Following conferees, the clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HJR 3. Bonin, Chair. Burrows, Hernandez, Kemple, Wally.
The Chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde.
Mr. Speaker, I call up House Bill 3059 with Senate amendments.
The Chair lays out HB 3059 with Senate amendments and recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the Senate amendments.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate placed several amendments on there which has caused a great deal of angst and general gnashing of the teeth throughout the communities that are involved. And for those reasons and others, I move that the House refuse to concur in the Senate amendments and request the appointment of a conference committee.
Mr. King of Uvalde moves that the House refuse to concur in Senate amendments to HB 3059 and request the appointment of a conference committee. The objection, Chair has done so ordered. The clerk will read the conferees.
House conferees on HB 3059. King of Uvalde, Chair. Cassell, Price, Rogers, Zwiener.
Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. Ms. Thompson-Harris moves that the House adjourn pending the reading and referral of bills until 10 a.m. Tuesday today. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned pending the reading and referral of bills. The following bills and resolutions on first reading and referral, the clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
HR 2050 by DeRazio, referred to the Committee on International Relations and Economic Development. HR 2178 by Leo Wilson, referred to the Committee on Licensing and Administrative Procedures. HR 2184 by Reynolds, referred to the Committee on Urban Affairs. The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. HR 2047 by Price, HR 2048 by Turner, HR 2049 by Price, HR 2051 by Cunningham, HR 2052 by Cassell, HR 2053 by Cassell, HR 2054 by Price, HR 2055 by Bumgarner, HR 2056 by Bumgarner, HR 2057 by Price, HR 2058 by Price, HR 2059 by Dutton, HR 2060 by Dutton, HR 2061 by Leo Wilson, HR 2062 by Leo Wilson, HR 2063 by Leo Wilson, HR 2064 by Flores. The following resolutions by Moody are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. HR 2065 through HR 2089. HR 2090 by Wally, HR 2091 by Theory, HR 2092 by Meyer, HR 2093 by Dutton, HR 2094 by Bowers, HR 2095 by Gomez, HR 2096 by Gomez, HR 2097 by Bumgarner, HR 2098 by Gomez, HR 2099 by Lozano, HR 2101 by Lopez Abear, HR 2102 by Bernal, HR 2103 by Dutton, HR 2104 by Flores, HR 2105 by Ordaz, HR 2106 by Lozano, HR 2107 by Jones of Harris, HR 2108 by Ordaz, HR 2109 by Morales of Maverick, HR 2110 by Morales of Maverick, HR 2111 by Johnson of Dallas, HR 2112 by Smithy, HR 2113 by Romero, HR 2115 by Wu, HR 2117 by Lalani, HR 2118 by Lujan, HR 2119 by Hinojosa, HR 2120 by Spiller. The following resolutions by Herrero are being referred to the Committee on Resolutions calendars. HRs 2121 through 2137 and HRs 2143 through 2155. HR 2138 by Toth, HR 2139 by Timish, HR 2140 by Timish, HR 2141 by Paul, HR 2142 by Thompson and Brazoria, HR 2156 by Leo Wilson, HR 2157 by Leo Wilson, HR 2158 by Leo Wilson, HR 2159 by Leo Wilson, HR 2160 by Dutton, HR 2161 by Dutton, HR 2162 by Zwiener, HR 2163 by Zwiener, HR 2164 by Zwiener, HR 2165 by Zwiener, HR 2166 by Wally, HR 2167 by Wally, HR 2168 by Niave Curado, HR 2169 by Leach, HR 2170 by Longoria, HR 2171 by Turner, HR 2172 by Holland, HR 2173 by Holland, HR 2174 by Morrison, HR 2175 by Garcia, HR 2176 by Turner, HR 2177 by Leo Wilson, HR 2179 by Leo Wilson, HR 2180 by Flores, HR 2181 by Reynolds, HR 2182 by Reynolds, HR 2183 by Reynolds, HR 2185 by Reynolds, HR 2186 by Reynolds, HR 2187 by Reynolds, HR 2188 by Reynolds, HR 2189 by Reynolds, HR 2190 by Jones of Harris, HR 2191 by Paul, HR 2192 by Gonzalez of El Paso.
Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. today.